Hello everybody! Hi! So welcome to TVWI's first stream. I'm Amanda. I'm the art advisor to this group. If you don't know who we are, welcome. We're a collective of creatives rooted in Temecula Valley, but our reach is throughout Southern California. Hi Robin, welcome to the stream. We're a nonprofit organization where our whole aim is to uplift creatives. Currently, we're working on an art anthology of Californian artists. It doesn't have to be that you're from Temecula or even from California if California's something of a home to you at some point of your life. If it means something to you, you're more than welcome to join. I'll be working on my piece today. I'll be working on my own submission for the anthology. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and I'll be here just for a few hours creating. If you just want to stop by, watch, pop in and out anytime. If you're the type of person who likes to have someone to work aside, you're free to stick around. I will have a Pomodoro timer down in the bottom corner down here. And so, that's my introduction. Let's go ahead and get started today. So let me go ahead and transition the screen. And I'm going to start some lo-fi music for us to chill to. Let's see. Hopefully the credits for the music will pop up in the top right corner. If it doesn't, let me go ahead and check that it's on. I don't know if it's on actually. Oh, it's in the bottom right corner for some reason. There we go, just move that. So I just installed this Pomodoro timer actually. And so I'm hoping that it works pretty well. Let's put the now playing up in the top. How about that? Alright, it's been quite a while since I've done a stream, and so this is what I'm doing now. There we go. Okay, so that is the setup. I'm going to be drawing. I actually did plan out what I was doing on paper, on a scrap piece of paper, so that I wasn't just like waffling around at the start here. If you've ever wanted to see like a pro artist's whole, I guess their whole process, this is gonna be it, minus the thinking part, which took a few hours. I can just walk you through kind of my thought process as we go along. The live chat, as you can see, is up here. For you guys, it's probably that away. Or if you're on mobile, it's probably down there. Feel free to ask questions anytime, say hi. If you want to just comment, you're more than welcome. So I'm just going to talk a little bit. Oh, I am going to be using, as you can see, I'll be going digital. It's just the easiest thing for you guys to see online, like through a stream. So it's going to be the most clear thing. And I'll be using digital art for today's piece. For my other two pieces, I actually used gouache and watercolor and what did I use for the other one? Alcohol markers, and that was because I wanted to give like a watercolory look for the one of them, and the other one I wanted to make it look like a comic book. Today I just want to make sure I get another submission done. I don't know if this will blur if I put it up on the screen, but these are my thumbnails. They're actually not that pretty, so I'm not going to show them off like a whole lot. But I wanted to say that if you are stuck on an idea, so this whole prompt is all about letters, and letters is kind of the prompt, the compositional guide, as well as just to get you a starting point, because I know starting points can be hard. And so what I did was that I wrote down all of the remaining letters, and I tried to think of an idea for each of them, and then I picked the idea that I liked the best. I'm gonna open a new canvas real quick so that I can write down the letters for anyone who's interested. I know some people said that they were interested in a couple of letters. I know there's an E being worked on and an L, I think. I also saw an O. But I know the letters that are remaining are A, E, R, F-I-L-G-S-T-N-U. I'm gonna be working on a G today. I know we need like 5 E's, so that's like an easy thing to go for, but if you have something that like you feel strongly about, you should go for that one. I want to just like throw out some ideas right now, just in case like if somebody's watching and they're like, ooh, I kind of like that idea. You're welcome to take any of these ideas if you like them. But some of the other ones that I wrote down for California themed things that are important to me personally, as a person and an artist. For A, I wrote down Anime Expo. That just gives you a kind of idea of what kind of person I am. But I was like, I don't want to run into any copyright issues, so I'm gonna avoid drawing any anime characters that exist. So I kind of pushed that one to the side, but I was thinking about the convention center that is used for Anime Expo up in LA. It is just grand, it looks really cool. It's used as a venue for a lot of concerts, so I was like, oh, that one would be kind of cool to do as like a whole image, but I felt like I already did a scenery, so I was going to lean more into a memory. However, if something Anime Expo is something important to you, you might as well. You can take that. That's a really good one. I also wrote down S for Sunshine, S for Seaport Village, S for San Diego. I already did an S, so I'm not going to do that one, but those are just some ideas. Something you love about California could be the sunshine, and that's just kind of a vague one. I went to UC Irvine, so I was like, ooh, an I for Irvine. But then I couldn't think of just one thing I wanted to draw. Seaport Village is a really, really nice one. I haven't been there in a while though, so I was like, oh, I don't know if I can accurately represent it, and that's totally fine. I also wrote down the rod run for R, because I know that's a big thing here. I personally am not a huge car person, but every time I go to Old Town in Temecula, there's like all these really cool cars and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I hope someone's like a car person and someone does the rod run, so I'm just throwing that one out there for people. F for festivals could work if you like Coachella or any of those things. So I have like a ton of ideas of things that I like about California, and I'm just throwing these out to see if it like inspires anyone, you know? I wrote down L for La Jolla because I really like the La Jolla Coves. The La Jolla Coves are just the most beautiful beach I've ever been to. And as a resident San Diegan, as a resident Californian, I get pretty tired of the beach sometimes. I'm like, oh, I've had enough. I know a lot of people are just like, whoa, the beach. So I'm like, okay on beaches, but I do remember La Jolla being just the prettiest place I had ever been. I'd snuck into a cove there once, and we were like looking at the tide pools, and the water was so clear there. I just remember it so clearly, and so that was like such a formative memory. But unfortunately, I don't have pictures from that time. But I figured that was something I would throw out there. T, I felt like that one was easy. TVWI, Temecula, those sorts of things. And I wanted to leave that for some people. U was a little bit harder. Now I want to say you don't have to make your the content match the letter. I just think it's a fun thing to do, and it gives you a great starting point. But for you, I kind of went with museums. So Balboa Park in San Diego has a ton of museums, and that's just like the thing I thought about. If I were to make a piece that was really important to me, I would have gone with museums, and I'd use that for you. Find a way. There's like a really cool I guess it's like a moat sort of thing. Not a moat, but it's like the driveway is what I'm thinking of. They have this the grand orchestra area, and then they have this driveway that's a grand, it's like a circular driveway, but you could totally use that for a U shape. I'm just throwing these ideas out. Again, you're more than welcome to take them. Those are not the ideas I'm going with, because I'm going to do G today. And my idea, I actually had 2 for G, and that's why I was kind of debating between them. I was gonna do the Griffith Observatory because that's a California specific thing, and I love looking at the stars. That's just so me. And so I was thinking about the Griffith Observatory because that was the very first time I saw Saturn through a telescope, and it was so important to me. It was such a cool place to go. If you've never gone to Griffith, it's like right by Hollywood, and it's so worth it because I spent the whole day there. It's such a cool like science museum. That's actually not the one I'm going to do because I had a better idea. See, this is why like I write down everything. I write down all these different ideas and I want to share them with you because sometimes that's how creatives process and think of things, and you gotta throw out some of the good ideas for an even better one. My idea that I'm going to be doing today is going to be the Grunion Run. I think it's a very California specific thing. I've done it once and it was one of my most favorite memories, going out at midnight, seeing shooting stars above me as I go and fish at midnight with my friends. That was my favorite thing about just post-college. My friends in the animation club, we were all artists, but we were like, hey, you guys want to go get some fish with our bare hands? And I was like, I've never done that before. It was the coolest thing. I want to introduce that to so many of my friends, and I'm like, you guys gotta come over here in California. This is so important to me. It's such an experience, and I think that was really important. It's very important to California, and very important to me, and that's what I'll be drawing today. So, with all my yapping and all my talking, hopefully that got some ideas running for you. I'm going to be using a Pomodoro timer. You can see the little timer in the bottom right there. We're gonna do 30 minutes on, 5-minute breaks in between, and then after 2 or 3 of them, we'll take a 15-minute longer break. That way, that's like the study technique that I've learned to use. And I find it's a really useful thing for something like this where we can just feel free to chat a little bit. But I think in the 30 minutes on, I'm going to mostly be just like focused and working. This first part, I might be talking through a little bit of my ideas, talking out loud. It's just kind of what I do as a teacher. But I'm going to go ahead and start with my G. What always helps with these things is to literally write out the letter. Now, I know I did this all in capitals. I am going to do the lowercase g, and I had an idea for that specifically. I wanted this like lowercase with the double loop. I hope it doesn't look weird with the rest of them. And before I start anything, I want to make sure I have the right paper size, because I don't want to put something too close to the edge and then it gets cut off and I'll be very sad. So let's go ahead and do a new canvas. You can't see my canvas window here, but I'm going to make a 6x9, 6-inch width, 9 height. If you're working digital like me, or if you plan to take a picture, I'm gonna go 300 resolution at least. I kind of like working a little bit bigger just in case. So I go 350, but it's not a big deal. And if you are planning to have something going all the way to the edges, this book will be formatted with full bleed in mind. If you don't care and you want like a white border, totally cool, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're like me and you have a plan and you want to go all the way to the edge of the paper, like some books do, you're going to want to add in an extra rim around the edges. This is called the bleed. Usually you can just add 0.125. It's an eighth an inch. You can add a 0.125 on each of your numbers, so I'm going to do 6.125. Sometimes I like to do 6.25 and 9.25 just so that I have that extra little bit right there. And I always like to make sure that that's there. My program has like comic settings, so I'm going to be using that real quick. And let me just go ahead and implement that here. Program it in before I start the timer. So I'm putting in the bleed width at 125. So that's on, it's gonna be 125 on each side. So sometimes what I like to do as well, and this is just good like print and design sort of like tips, I guess, is that I'll make an inner border too. So as you can see, I have opened up, it's kind of faint. As you can see, I've opened up like this canvas, and it comes pre-made with these. If you've ever wondered about this, if you have Clip Studio or if you have some other program that makes like these guidelines for you, this smaller border here, that's the bleed. These like crosses and stuff, that's the cut marks. So this one would cut right here and this would cut right here. Here, you just want color there, you just want to extend the background there. You don't want to put anything important there, like a person or some text or something, because it's going to get cut off. But this is so that you can print it and then it'll cut right to the edge of the image. And then what I like to do is that I do an inner border right here. You can see it kind of faintly. And that is just where I want to make sure everything stays in there, because I just want to leave a little extra leeway. I don't want it too close to the edge. So I like to make sure everything like kind of stays in the middle there. It's just kind of a guideline, but I think it's good practice in making things look really nice, just making sure it fits in there. And then the program here gives me extra space on the sides, which is cool. I'm gonna go ahead and start sketching. Let me go ahead and start the Pomodoro timer. There we go. Can you see it? Is it a little bit small, or it's like cut off by the green bar? Oh, let's move it up a little. There we go. Yeah. Hello, Bigfoot. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to be starting my sketch right now. I was just talking a little bit about bleed settings. Oh, super important if you're a digital artist too. You don't have to worry so much if you're working on paper, because you can do this later. But if you're a digital artist, color is going to be super important to you. You want to make sure that before you start anything, you change your program's mode to CMYK. In Clip Studio Paint, it's in the view window, and you change the color profile to ACMYK. That is the printing colors. They tend to be a little bit duller than like RGB because it's like printed onto paper, and then RGB is all light, so you can get pure white and stuff. But I'm just gonna go ahead and turn on the CMYK color scheme, and so that way, as I draw, I'm not gonna mess up my colors, because it stinks to like get to the end of a drawing and then change it to CMYK and you're like, it's all dull. So I changed it to CMYK first thing. If you're working in like Procreate or any other programs, it's usually like in modes or in the like canvas setup. So if you have any questions about that, I literally teach digital art. You can ask me anything on that front. Okay, as I was saying earlier, let me close this other one. As I was saying earlier, I am going to start with the actual letter. I'm just going to use a typed version of it and just transform it to be super duper big. Now, because the focus of the anthology is the letters, ideally we will like string them together like a happy birthday banner. And so you want to make sure that the letter is big and readable. It doesn't have to be this big if it doesn't work with your artwork, but don't make it like that small. That'd be kind of, I mean, it might be cool. We'll see. But for mine, I have mine in the middle because I'm going to use it as part of my composition, which just means where I'm putting stuff. So I'm going to put it right here, and this is why I had the inner border guideline, so that I can put it right in the middle there, and I know it's in the middle and I know it's not gonna get cut off. Something I also like to do is think about what sort of composition I'm going to do. This one I did kind of have planned already, and I wanted to do a rule of thirds, which is kind of a photography thing. But I'm gonna do like some thirds real quick. Obviously it's not mathematically correct, but it's okay, it's okay. Just doing some thirds real quick. Okay. And I'm gonna move this up because I want it to be kind of sitting on those thirds, the circles of the G. I want it a little bit higher, don't want it in the center. There we go. Maybe a little higher. Okay. So I don't really need this one, but I will keep the G there. And I'm going to turn it down so that it looks really light. And now I'm going to begin my sketch. So like I said earlier, if you missed it, if you came in a little bit late, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good Saturday so far. I'm going to go ahead. My idea was to do the grunion run, which, if you don't know what the grunion run is, it's when grunions, this little silverfish, they come on shore to lay their eggs. And they like burrow in the sand, but they like ride the waves up, they like surf up to the shore, and then they burrow into sand. But there's this one little window of time before they burrow that you can grab them, and that's how some people go fishing. When I went, there was some rules that you could only have one like 5-gallon bucket, and you could only use your hands, so you can't like scoop them up with like a shovel or anything. You can't like ruin the ground or anything, because if you do, there's a chance that you hurt the eggs and stuff. So you can only like grab them with your hands. This happened at midnight, in the middle of the night, right by the oceans. I believe I went to like Mission Beach. I don't remember exactly the beach, but I wanted to essentially make these thirds like the beach. I wanted the G to be like the moon, because it's supposed to be a nighttime scene. So I thought I could use the G as a moon. So let's just call this the moon. It's got the little man in the moon. I'll make that a little bit better later. And this one down here, this is why I'm using lowercase g, it'll be the reflection of the moon in the water. So this is how I'm getting a little creative with the composition. Obviously, you don't have to do the same thing as I'm doing. You don't have to like mess up the letter. One of my submissions, it was just straight up a white D in the middle, just really clear. But I really like these sort of compositional like tips and stuff where you can get creative with how you're making things appear in the sky and stuff. So that's obviously gonna be a lot of water down here. And so I wanted to do maybe the water coming up to the moon itself. And then we can have like a shiny reflection of the moonlight coming over here and creating the rest of that G loop. Kind of like Google. Is that readable still? I think I need something. Maybe this is where I can have that shooting star that I was talking about. I saw a shooting star in that night and it was so magical because there was no like, I wasn't planning to look for shooting stars, it just happened to look up. Yeah, it's perfect there. And now, if you were to zoom out, you can kind of see the G from super far. This is a good tip if you're like trying to figure out, is this readable or is this working? Go from very far. If you have a physical paper, prop it up on a wall and like walk 5 feet away. And you'll see, is it working from afar? Because if it's working from afar, it's working from up close. So I can see it's working. I'm super happy about that. I'm going to have to make all of these white and invert everything. But for now, I'm just laying out where I want everything. So I think I can do... Oh, you know what? I was gonna have just the moon down here. But I think what I can do actually is make this into the shore. Like the tide is coming in. And so this is like gonna be the water here. And I'm planning this out now. All I did was a small thumbnail. I think I can show it. Let's see, hopefully that doesn't blur. So this was my thumbnail. As you can see, it's literally the size of like less than my thumb. It's like the size of my thumbnail. But this is how I do planning, is I do small sketches like this so that I don't waste my time, because I did like a ton of them. So I did a couple of them before I was like, ooh, this is a great idea. It's gonna look really cool visually too, and it's a great idea like personally. And so this was the thumbnail I came across, but now I'm changing it a little bit because I think changing the water to be that like swirly part is gonna look really cool. And then maybe here, so that I don't have the water coming all the way down and ruining the shape of the G, I think maybe I can have like, oh, you know what? I can have like a car right here for like foreground, something in the very front. Obviously, I don't know how to draw cars from memory. I'll look that up later. We can have a car right here, maybe like the beach, like the wall. I don't know what it's called. It's the wall they have that separates like the sidewalk from the sand and stuff. So maybe they have like a wall here or something. Oops. And maybe I can make this more of a car. There we go. And now we have the G, and I can have the shore being the shape, as well as maybe a reflection on top of the car to finish out that G shape. Now I forgot about keeping it inside, but I think it's totally fine if I don't, if the car is cut off. It's not like the most important part of my... So I'm making sure the details go outside, but right now I'm just gonna go ahead and like fill this in with a dark color so that I know not to put anything important in there. I just put that there, yeah. Like as if I put a mat on it and put it in a frame. So let's call that the frame. Yeah, I think this car is still quite visible even when I do that. So that's looking pretty nice to me. I'm gonna have to really think a little bit hard about how I want to do the shapes of the water. I think because I'm doing digital, I really want to make it look nice and neat. It's just kind of how I feel about digital art. I feel like I can get it really perfect and shapely. Might not be a bad approach to this actually, so let me think. I want stars. I don't want just the one star there, so I want to add some stars all around. And if this is the water, then this can definitely be the shore. This is the sandy part. And one thing about this is that I really do want it to evoke the memory of when I was here. I remember there was rocks and stuff because what I would do was, because I was not very good at running, I still am not. When the grunions would wash ashore, we would hang out around the rocks because some of them would get caught on the rocks. And so they couldn't burrow in because it was a rock. And so those were the ones I was able to go, I got it. I got better as the night went on, as I got more energy, but when I was nervous and I was like, I don't know about holding a fish with my bare hands, those were the ones I was able to catch. My friends were like running along these shores and stuff. So maybe I can draw like a little person for like scale so that like the moon looks really big. Maybe they're like running along the shore here. and maybe like I'm over here or something, you know. Doesn't have to have people, but I feel like this way it feels a lot more personal. It feels a lot more something that I really find important and find makes me very happy to do. Yeah, it's almost like a little diary entry. Let's see, I think maybe, well, it was me and one other friend like hanging out by the rocks trying to get them. We're a little art club together, and so maybe I can just draw like a person standing here, like ready. Or let's set the scene a little more. Maybe this person's got the bucket for the grunions, and this person is like crouching here. It doesn't have to be anything detailed. As you can see, I'm doing a stick figure right now, but I can make it a little more detailed. I think my goal is not for these people to be detailed though. I want the G to stay the main focus, but I'm populating this area to make it really clear what's going on here. So originally I had like the grunions like coming towards the camera, but I think I can get away with just making them silver specks and stuff. Hello, hi Sabin. Thank you, thank you. I am trying my best right now. It's kind of changed a little bit from my thumbnail, so I might need to go back and see if my original idea was better. But essentially I'm trying to tell a story through here. So if you missed the first part, I decided to do G for Grunion Run. Because I think that was such a formative memory for me. Formative, I was 22, but it was such a it was something that really stood out in my head of such a fun Californian thing to do. Not just surfing, not just the beach, but this is specifically Californian. You can't get this on the East Coast, maybe. I don't know too much about the canyons, but for me, you can't get that anywhere else because this was me and my friends. And that's what's making this one special and worth drawing for me. Thank you, Bigfoot, thank you. I don't remember how many people. I think it was at least 5 of us. I think maybe I should have another tinier person over here. Come on, over here. Or maybe they're running back with a grunion in their hand or something. Well, their swagger is crazy. It was just a stick figure, but it's okay. There we go. Okay, so that's me in the front by the rocks. That's me holding the bucket. Because I was I don't know if I can hold a fish. And then I think what I can do is I'll do a really dark color here and really bright flecks. It's gonna be horrible for the printer, but it's okay. It's alright. It's for the vision. I think maybe let's try it without the car. Let's try it without the car. Make a duplicate just in case I don't like the changes I'm gonna make. Take that out. So we're gonna try it without the car, and we're gonna instead. My original idea was having the grunions up in front, so that's super clear what I'm trying to do here. I think I can just add some rocks and stuff to break off the G so that the G stays in the white light and it doesn't get interrupted. I think I can do some rocks in the foreground like that. And I will just do some grunions just chilling on the rocks, I think. I don't know what a grunion looks like. I held 50 of them, but I don't know how to draw it, so I'll just figure it out. Yeah, that way it's like super clear what's happening. Yeah, there we go. We got some grunions stuck in the rocks here. The receding waves. And I think that might be it. I think I like that way better than the car, actually. And then I don't have to draw a car. Let's see. I think that's looking good. Around this time, oh, it's only been 20 minutes. 20 minutes for me to make a sketch. Around this time, I'm gonna zoom out and see, do I like this? Is there something more I can add? Or is it perfect? I like the idea of there being like 5 of us. I think I want like more like cliffs or something over here. I don't really remember what the beach looked like. I just remember, I think it wasn't like a cliff. I think it was a pier, but I'm just trying to think what visually would look best. Kind of evoking like a memory without looking up references. But mostly I do want to just kind of make it look like a beach, essentially. Maybe we can have like one of those like lighthouses. Not lighthouses, but I think they're like the lifeguards stuff right here. There's like a pier off in the distance. And of course it's California. We get to see some mountains over here maybe. Let's see. I have this. So something that I also like to do for composition. I just realized it's really small on the screen. Let me just make that a little bit bigger. Something I like to do with composition is pay attention to where the eye is supposed to be going when you're like making, where you're putting stuff. So if I were to be looking at this, the thing is there's nothing up here, which might be a good thing, but I think it's making it look like there's so much down here, but nothing up in this space, which is okay. But I don't think I like that too much. So maybe I can think of a tree or a palm tree to put up there, because nothing is leading us into the piece. It's just empty space where we can just go wherever here. So I can either do like, I think what I can do is like Big Dipper or something. Right? Just to make it look more like night sky. I can have like actual lines and stuff there. But now we have something to lead us in and point towards the moon from this side. And if you were to just follow your eye how it naturally wants to go, it wants to follow the G, it would follow up here. And this is important here, to have this redirect back up, back through the people, up through the piers, and then most importantly up back here. If we went off this way, we can go back in because the star leads us back in and back around. So I think my lines are good. I just need something in that top corner to lead us in, because otherwise it seems kind of weird and empty up in that corner. It's also a matter of balance too. So there's so much information going on. There's lots of crowded stuff. And I could balance it by having nothing up there, but I think I need something there. This is kind of how I problem solve through my composition. When I do art, this part is the hardest to me. It's not the coloring, it's not the liner, it's not like anything else. It's the planning, because you really have to think a lot about where everything is going, and if you do it really good at the start, then like the rest of it is just easy pickings. But this part is the hardest, because I have to think about, what do I want to include, what is going to be important, what am I adding that is just there to be added, because I should take those out, you know. And I think that goes for like writing too. Are you adding details just to have details, or are they important to the story? Will they become important later? Is that a character trait? Someone likes blue a lot, like me. You know, that might be a character trait, or that might be a symbol of the character. Right now, what I'm thinking about is what can I add to this to make this tell the story super clearly? I have a pier to help tell me that we're on the beach, you know? Doesn't really matter which beach. I have rocks because that's what I remember in my memory, but it also is helping me to direct the eye, to give us something in the front, in the far back, in the middle too. And now I'm just thinking about like lines and how we're leading things around. Okay, so I think let's try this. It's always worth it to try, because I kind of like the Big Dipper, but I do like the idea of keeping only the G as the white stuff, like as the white, so that's like really clear. So I'm gonna try like maybe a palm tree or something. I don't know what palm trees look like apparently. Let's do my cartoony palm trees. I think that kind of works. I think it's too vague though. It's like too off to the side. And also palm trees in California don't actually really look like that. They look like that in like cartoons, but I think palm trees in California are more accurately like that big like fuzzy thing, and then they have like the more like this shape to their palms. I think if I don't have the like trunk, it looks kind of weird. Let's try to bring it in then. Let's try to bring it in and make sure that it's pointing at the moon. Ish pointing. We're gonna use that to take up some space up here. And add the trunk in here. Maybe out in the front of the rocks. No, because if I do that, then the grunion looks gigantic. I think it's too much information on the side. I think I have to go with the constellation, because otherwise it'll look kind of weird. I could try again with the more, like, just the leaf. The leaf. If I do it just more clearly palm leaf, maybe. Maybe that'll feel more Californian too. I'm kind of liking that a little bit. Just like the hint of a palm tree, right? It's kind of cute. Is it weird if it's just one though? Let me think about it. I think maybe I can have this one like pointing this way and then this leaf coming out further. Let's try that. Yeah, so it goes like this. Ooh, okay, it's working, it's working. I could have it, I shouldn't be afraid of overlapping it, so I could have it out in the front like this, because it won't interrupt the shape too badly. So I don't think I should be afraid of overlap that way. I think that actually helps bring it in together, and I think I like that. Let me see it from afar. Yeah, that way we have something with noise up here and something with noise down here, and the shape of the G is still super clear. I just made it really, really small on stream. There we go. So the shape of the G is still super clear. So I have about 30 minutes until we are at the first break. I think what I'm gonna do is plan some values, especially because I'm doing a night scene. So I don't want everything to be dark. I don't want everything to be pure dark. I thought about maybe doing like night, but like vaporwave kind of aesthetic with like really bright colors. but I don't know if that's what I want to go for. I didn't plan as far as colors. This was as far as I planned. And so now this is real-time thinking about what I want to do with it. I think maybe let's first plan. Let's do a light blue. Let's do this. Okay. All right, so we're getting more of a sense of the overall color, right? Because it's not going to be all white. That's the important thing for this one, at least. I'm going to want this thing to be all white for sure. However, I don't know if that's gonna, I've seen Google do that all the time, so I think that's probably fine. We definitely want this one to be white too. Evoke the shooting star as well as the G. I can probably spread out the tail a little bit more. More like a comet. I can have it go closer too. It also is probably weird because you can see it in the sketch, so let's just take it out in the sketch real quick. There we go. We're getting somewhere with this. And we're gonna get the shoreline. I want it to have that like foamy texture of a shoreline. Yeah. And then I will use the reflection of the moon to fill out the rest of the G here. And then I want the the man in the moon to be visible there too, so I'm afraid it's starting to look S-like. So maybe I should fill this in completely before I. Yeah, okay. If I fill it in completely, I think it reads more as a G, so that's good. Oh, well, that's the first 30 minutes of focus time over. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into a little 5-minute break. All right. Well, this is kind of a good rough to start off with. So we're gonna take a little 5-minute break. If you came in and you didn't have any water or you didn't have any food, make sure you go feed yourself. I had lunch right before this. Make sure you keep hydrated. It's pretty hot today. It's been hot all week. I got some San Pellegrino. I broke the tab of my last one, so let's hope that this one doesn't also break. Let's try. Yay! I'm too strong. I broke the tab of the last one. But let me just enjoy some sparkling water. If you were working alongside me, I hope you got a sketch done. If you're not as fast as me, I mean, that's totally fine. If you're faster than me, cool. I know I'm a pretty slow artist sometimes. Just drink in some water. Always have a water bottle on hand. A reusable one is always better than a plastic one. And I also got my San Pellegrino in a cup. Hope you've been having a good Saturday so far. I feel like this has been really good for me to really sit down with a time, you know? I feel like sometimes what gets in my way is that I just feel like I don't have enough time to do something, right? But if I just set a few hours aside, I think I can get something really cool done. You got your mountains painted using a technique in the video that I sent. Says Robin. Yay! I hope it turned out good. I hope it turned out how you wanted. Really excited to see what yours looks like in the end. And I hope this is inspiring you to get some artwork done too. I hope you're doing some artwork alongside me. Breaks are important as always. I always like to use breaks to stretch. especially if you're a career artist or a writer or anyone who uses a keyboard or a phone, which is everybody. If you are, stretch your wrists, stretch your fingies. Just a matter of holding it. You got a timer on the screen. This is the perfect time to be using it. Holding it for 10 to 15 seconds. I always do like 90-degree wrist stretches. There's this one really good book I read. It's like a graphic novel, but it's like my favorite thing. It's called Draw Stronger, and it's all about stretches for your wrist, stretches for your arms, for your elbows, your neck. And it's very, very useful. It's like, just take care of yourself. You know, you're an artist. Artists gotta take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, you can't do art. So, you know, it's one of my favorite books. It was really cheap. It's like, I think $15, not even that much. You can even get it offhanded. But it has a lot of great stretches. So I'm just doing a wrist stretch here. I'm just pressing on my wrist, not to the point of pain, just pressing on it to stretch it and feel the stretch up on the top. And then hands together. It's been 30 seconds. I like to do right in front of my chest and then bring it down in front of my belly. Try to keep the palms together. And you should feel the stretch in the bottom of your wrist there. So, there we go. Just gonna make sure that the wrist is stretched. You always hear horror stories about carpal tunnel, and I got tendinitis at some point, so I take those very seriously. It really sucks not to be able to draw, when especially it's like your getaway, it's your job, it's everything to you. It's like, oh, you gotta make sure you take care of these. Take care of the digits. Robin says it is inspiring. I'm glad. Watercolors are scary. Watercolor is actually like one of the hardest mediums, I think. It really is, because you have to be very like intentional with it sometimes. It can be pretty scary to use, but I mean, once you get watercolors down, you got a lot of stuff down. You got the technique, you got the brush, everything. But it is so fun. I love watercolors, genuinely. They're so easy to take around and to make too. So I'm afraid now that it's almost finished, I'm going to mess up. Take pictures. If you mess up, you can always step backwards if you take some pictures, take some progress, scan it as you're going. There's always the option of reprinting and then reposting, re-going over it. If you have some time, and you have 2 weeks essentially, don't be afraid of messing up your watercolors, because there are tools to go over it. I use gouache if I mess up mine. The boat I did, I know break time's up, but I'm yapping. So the boat that I did for the example, let's see if I can find it. I actually messed that up twice. I used watercolor and the blue got everywhere, and I was like, oh no. Especially because I wanted the sails to be white, and it just, it wasn't happening, and I was like, oh no. So it's this one. This one, I actually messed up really, really badly, in my opinion. I mean, it was okay. But what I did was I took some gouache, and you can get some really cheap gouache and it will still work, because gouache is a lot more solid, but it acts the same as watercolor. So you can use that to cover up any mistakes. You can see it actually in the clouds. If I bring it real close, I don't know if it'll blur. It's blurring. But in the clouds here, there's this like tiny bit of white that looks like a different color. That's because it is. So don't be afraid of messing up your watercolors. There's always ways to go back. Yeah, it's like whiteout for artwork. It works perfectly, and it also comes in all different colors, and it works perfectly in conjunction with watercolor because it can blend really nicely. This whole bottom part, this dark blue, I did with gouache. Because I tried to do it in watercolor and it looked too splotchy. This is not the best kind of paper for watercolor. And so it looked really splotchy and horrible, and I was like, ah. And so I went over it with gouache and I felt a lot better about it. So if you mess up, do not worry. There are ways to fix traditional art. It's not just like a digital thing you have to do. You can find ways to work around it. So don't worry about that. And if you need to, if you don't want to get like your own gouache, let me know. I can come over to your place or something. I'm only offering this because I know Robin in person, but I can come over and lend you my gouache set. So I'm more than happy to do that. So just do your best for now. Work with the mistakes you make. See if that gets you somewhere better. And then if not, if you're really just like, ugh, then go from there. Yay, you have some? Okay, awesome. Yay, all right, let's go ahead and jump right back into it. I know we took a slightly longer break. It's okay. Got the Pomodoro started for another 30 minutes. So now we're back in work mode, okay? So now that I have a little time for my brain to reset, I'm thinking about values. So sometimes, I don't always do this, but when I think the lighting, especially in this piece, it's all about the lighting, is very important. Yes, I am going to do a value layout before I do any like color additions. Honestly, I think this one could do good in just black and white, but I don't know. You wouldn't have known about my gouache and my San Diego piece if I didn't mention it. I actually repainted the whole thing in gouache because I hated it in watercolor. It started in watercolor, and I was like, it's okay, it's okay. And then I was like, no. And what was funny is that my gouache set was completely dried out, so I had spent 2 days reconstituting it for the fact that I wanted to repaint it. So I tried very hard. I didn't even have to do that because you see it was physical. I could have done like it digital and just flip it because it's a perfectly symmetrical. No, I wanted to do it by hand. I like to make things harder for myself. I don't know why. But for this one, we're gonna do some values on it. And values are always good to try to nail down where's your brightest brights, where's your darkest darks. This one, I want the brightest brights to only be the G. So for all the rest of the stars, I'm gonna have them there, but like in a lighter value. Like not a lighter value, in a slightly darker value from the G. So that way it doesn't overshadow the G. Very subtle, but it's not going to get too much in the way of my G. That's good. Yes, I do try very hard for things, but you know what? I learned a lot about gouache that day when I was reconstituting it. It's very similar to watercolor. It's just a little bit more pigmented. So they usually have some, well, the set that I have, it has like a filler to make it more opaque, that like kind of like a chalk of some sort, to make it so that's solid, which is cool. It's a cheap set though. Real gouache doesn't have fillers and stuff, but that one does. Technically, if I had some of that chalk material, I could make some gouache too. I got a whole Himi set of like 50, not paid promotion, so I gotta get through that one for it and decide to make more for myself. Alright, I'm gonna use the same color I used for the star right over here in the moon to get the man in the moon sort of effect. There we go. I kind of like this, what I'm doing with the dots. I kind of like this like graphic look, so I might want to do that. I don't know, maybe. I like to say when you have when you're doing values, which just means brightness and darkness, so like full black, full white, or full, in my case, blue and full white. I think it's good to limit how many values, so try not to do too many gradients, but try to think about it very solidly. Like, I want to do 5 values. Working off of 5 can really be helpful. I had 5 or 7. 5 is like a good amount that doesn't get too much. But 7, I like to do like 5 grays and then full white, full saturation color. But that usually helps a lot in terms of just figuring out where things are supposed to be. When you make sure that your value scale includes the full white and the full black, or the full darkness, full brightness and full darkness, when you include both of those, it makes it automatically have a really good range of values. I saw when I was at a paint camp with my lovely friend and coworker Katinka, one of the artists there was we were doing value studies and stuff, and what she did was she had this like egg tray, right, like the one with like six like little holes and stuff, and so she put her light color on one end and her dark color on the other, and just started like scooping out colors and mixing them, and then prepared all the different values right there. And I was like, dude, that is so smart. I don't know why I never thought of that, but it's such a smart thing to do, to have like a really good value. It wasn't even pure black and white too, so that way you can mix something like yellow and blue and still get a good middle value in between. Let's see, I want to have these rocks in the very front be super duper 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 dark because I want them to be the foreground and I want it to complement all this. So I'm going to add an extra rock here. That feels really nice and good. And this pier should be the same super duper 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 dark over here, because I want it to look really shadowed and in the distance, and to help balance the stuff in the front here. Oops, I did that white by accident, but I actually kind of like it. It's just this like light on or something in the middle of the night. Ooh, that makes it look like industrial, not industrial, but like a scene at night with the light on. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna take the same Man in the Moon color I used earlier. Use that to shine on top of each of these rocks. Make that rock look rocky. And of course the grunion, our silverfish, should be that same bright white. That isn't pure white, but it's like up there in the brightness to kind of give that silverfish look all throughout the beach. Kind of a sparkle almost. Yeah. Obviously, okay, I need the water to be super, super dark. Okay, so I don't know if I want the palm tree to be dark too. All right, let's go one at a time. Let's go. Let's see, do I have a little value scale thingy in here? I don't remember. Kind of. Here we go. So we had pure white up here, and go down here. Let's see, let's go to a little darker than that. Is that darker? Yeah, okay. Let's do the water like this. So we're gonna have just like, mostly it's the same bluish gray, but we're gonna bring all that like water texture in there. I'm just gonna fill it in for now, just to kind of get the gist of it. Okay, that feels better. I'm gonna take this light color and just get the like, I guess they're like diamonds. Diamondy textures. And I'll just, it's my sketch. I don't have to make it look really good right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, now that looks more watery. I like that. I think I'll probably do something like, what I'm thinking is I'll do just kind of like if I want this to be super like graphic-y, I think I'll just do textures like this, where I do like these line waves and make it a pattern. I think that'll look really cool. So I'll try that, but a little bit later. For now, I just want like kind of the idea of the values. I think I want the water to be darker. I feel like the water has to be darker than the sand at least, right? So let's make it darker. And we're just gonna, this is my digital art at work. So we're gonna go edit, correct the tone, and hue saturation. Let's go ahead and, let's do the other one. Let's turn the brightness down a little. I feel like that looks good. Still needs to be a little bit lighter than the rocks, but maybe what I can do is make the water this color and then go back and make the rocks even darker, because right now I'm not really working with like a very dark color. So I think maybe like this. Brightness down. There we go. Yeah. Okay, it made like colors kind of weird, but it's okay. Let's go back in there. Yeah, okay, so I want to bring the lightness back into the fish. My beautiful fish. My beautiful fish. Obviously, I'm not limiting myself to only these colors when I do add like shading and shine whatever details I want. But it should be the general like idea of where dark parts are and where the light parts are. Okay, I definitely need the entire night sky to be way darker. So I'm thinking should I make it darker than the ocean itself? Oh, that looks really pretty though, doesn't it? If it's lighter. That feels like more like Twilight, huh? But if it's kind of like in between the ocean and the sand, it still feels like Twilight. I think we gotta go really dark with it. I think that was really, really pretty and evocative. I'm almost really just liking the blue. I don't know if I want to add color into this. It's a lot of things and thoughts. Oh, I think if I mirror the color down here, this dark color all the way up here, I want the pier to be darker though. Maybe the pier can be the darkest thing. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh no, I ruined all my stars though. Let me go ahead and, this is why I should be in different layers, but I'm not. It's okay. Let's go ahead and just bring those back to the same lightness that they were before. There we go. Now that's looking like a nighttime scene. I'm kind of really adoring the tree being this light color in the front. I think it looks really neat. This pier has got to not be that color though. Make a duplicate sketch so I don't delete everything I did. But this pier's gotta be that color. Let's try dark palm. Let's do the same dark color as the rocks. Let's do a dark palm and see what it looks like. Okay. of really liked it when it was light. I didn't expect that, but it looked really good when it was, when it was like that. Oh, yeah. So I think lighter than the ocean. Oh, but it can't be as light as the G itself. So maybe there. Maybe like it's the same color as the peeps that I did. Yeah. I'm kind of liking it in this blue color scheme I've got going on, because it feels very nighttime and it's not as dull as black and white, but I don't know if I want to keep going with it. I'm liking this so far. I think I want a mountain in the back. Maybe I'll do it in the same color, like over here. Now, I know I say this is like a pro artist at work. I don't know if every pro artist is like this. I'm pretty sure most people aren't like the way that I am. 45 minutes just on sketching. But, you know, some people are. This is just one way. And if you feel like you've gotten some insight on how, I guess, my process goes, you want to try it out yourself, you could always do that. Let's see. I think this is looking really, really neat. I'm going to take that same Man in the Moon color over here. How many values I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, including the light. I think I like it. I think this is really pretty, and the G is so super clear, even from afar, even with these little speckles of light. I think that's really good. And so at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see it in black and white real quick. Pretty nice. It feels more like an old-timey photo though, huh? The blue kind of felt more whimsical and more kind of like a come to California, visit us kind of poster, right? The black and white feels more like old photograph. Not a bad approach, I don't think, but not what I want to go for. It does kind of evoke like childhood memories in that sense, but not exactly what I want to go for. I do like the blue a lot. I think what I can do, I'm gonna try some different colors and see if it works. If not, I think I gotta go monochrome with this. I think I gotta go with the pure blue color scheme. Real quick, I just want to try maybe some like different colors, I guess, though. Let's see. Ooh. Now that feels more like, we're getting into that vaporwave sort of territory when I go like that kind of purpley. Isn't it kind of cool how the color just kind of evokes a different feeling? Oh. Ooh. This kind of magenta red is kind of nice. I don't know why that feels like, it feels more energetic, while the blue was like a lot calmer, which I do like calm for this sort of vibe. It's like nighttime, calm. But the red feels like, you know, youth. Maybe like if we dip into orange and, ooh, pink is kind of cute too. Yeah, I think that's kind of dipping into that vaporwave sort of look to it. Oh, interesting. No, I feel like the orange makes me feel a little anxious, right? Like, I feel like I have a deadline or something. I don't know why. Oh no, I don't think it can work in orange. I don't think so. Yellow gives also that kind of old-timey feeling without feeling too history book-like, I guess. Kind of like an old yellowed photograph. I kind of like green a lot too. It just feels naturey, but I don't think it fits the vibe of the piece necessarily. The teal is kind of nice. I think that's just because it's my favorite color. It's gotta either be the blue or this like magenta pink, pinkish purple. Ooh. I think I'm just really feeling blue. Yeah, this is just where I'm at. I like blue. I've fallen under the trap of drawing at the colors that I'm wearing again. It's totally fine though. I think it just suits it because we got night sky, we got water, we got the moon, which tends to be this kind of like this, it kind of has a bluish hue. It could have a warmer hue. I think it suits it. I'm gonna try real quick though to add some warmth in there, add some yellows and see what happens. So let's do like a yellowish moon. Whoa, that looks kind of crazy. Oh, let's do that on a different layer. Let's do this as, there we go, yellowish. I don't want it to be like on the, now it looks a little muddy right now, but that's okay. I kind of like this hint of warmth. Let's do, this is kind of more literal colors, which I'm not always a fan of, but let's just see how it looks. That is kind of more orangey than the yellow though. Ooh, wait, the red. Ooh, hold on. Hold on, that's kind of cool. It looks like a pride flag, which isn't too bad either. That's getting creative with colors. Oh, I don't know. I think that's really looking good. We're just using a splash of color. I think maybe over just the beach though. Let's try to remove it from the moon. And then it looks like too little. Let's do it on the palm tree. Let's do here. Oh. I don't know. It's looking pretty cool that way. Okay. Let's try. I do kind of like that purple hint, but like as just a single part of it all. I do like the bright pinkish orange coral sort of look. Yellow is not really suiting this one, so I think I gotta say, ooh, green looks really cool too. Makes it look kind of mossy though. No, I think it's gotta be a warm color. Ooh. The teal though is quite a vibe. I like that a lot. I think it's gotta be the teal or this pink color. Yeah, it's teal or the pink. I keep going back to pink. I really like it as a weirdish color that doesn't feel very literal. But I mean, I was doing blue sand too, so. But now it just kind of, it doesn't feel nighttime. I think I really like the teal a lot. The tealish, kind of in the same like zone of like colors, but slightly shifting the hue. So maybe you can go like a deeper purple, maybe for the night sky. Let's do this maybe. Let's just make the whole top purple. How about? Ooh, I think that's where it gotta be. I gotta get the frame right back on top. Okay, there we go. Oh, I think that's where it gotta be. I think so. I think that feels good. That feels nice. Let's try. Maybe we're gonna flip it and try Purple Ocean instead. Purple Ocean and Purple Rocks. Let me make that not a block. Oh, lots to think about. I like digital art for this reason because I can get really, really fun with the colors. I adore this color scheme. It's looking really good. We love Adon Lucas color schemes. Let's go. But I think I like the purple sky versus the purple ocean. I think it's gotta be purple sky. Let's try to let's cut out the mountain from there. Let's see. No, because then that mountain looks too close. I think the purple mountain makes it look really far in the distance, which is very good. Let's try maybe turning the pier back to blue. The little lighthouse pier kind of thing, the lifeguard station. Let's try that. Yeah. I think, I don't know. Let's see. I do like purple, but I think that makes it too far back. I think the lifeguard station gotta be blue. For real. Let me just make that like fully blue so it's not interfering. There we go. I think this is kind of what I want to go for. I like the blue, purple, and green color combination. It looks so neat. It looks really pretty. I like the colors. It's a little more exciting than just pure monochrome. Monochrome can still work though, I think. Let's see, this is monochrome. It gives a different vibe, doesn't it? Maybe if we turn these down and make them just barely tinted. Ooh, I'm feeling that one a little bit more. I like this greenish, tealish tint to the grass, the sand. I like that a lot. I think I want to keep that for like the ground sort of object. So like the palm tree, the flooring. But I don't know. I think maybe let's turn down the indigo and make it more. Turn down the violet, make it more indigo. That feels good. That feels nice. I'm gonna try taking this indigo down to the rocks and see what it looks like. Ooh. That feels more balanced, but now I feel like I don't have enough blue. It's okay, it's still blue though. The blue is the general, like, vibe. I think I gotta make the people more bluish again. I'm not sure. Let me go back to my sketch and highlight my peeps over here. Just gonna highlight my peeps over here. Okay. Bringing back the blue for the people. Maybe all the rocks don't have to be purple. Maybe just the ones closest. Let's do this. Let's erase these ones. And the closest one, these two, in the front, can stay purpley. But these ones, as they go backwards, are more blue. Yes! Let's do that. So we're gonna do this sort of blue. It's kind of grayish blue. For these ones, to get kind of a gradient as we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that's gonna look really good. I think that's where it's gotta be. I think that's it. And bring back the man on the moon sort of thing. Oh, and that's the end of focus time. I think we've gotten to a good area with mine. I didn't save it this whole time. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, this is gonna be call it G for Guardian. Wow, of course, I go the whole time without saving a whole hour. Save your work, guys. Save it. Make sure you're saving your Word documents. I also want that whole 30 minutes without taking a drink of water, so let's go ahead and do that too. Okay, hopefully you guys have gotten progress on yours too, if you're working alongside me. Sketching my first 30 minutes, then 30 minutes, just deciding values. Values can be something that takes a long time. I think it's good here, but I think right now the pier is a weird focus point because it's so dark and it shouldn't be that dark. So I think I gotta do some editing. Gotta make darker darks, lighter lights. I think overall increase the contrast and decrease the contrast on that pier. So that is really getting to be an annoying spot right there. I could take it out, but I think it should be there. I think it's just, as I had changed the colors right now, it's not in a good place. But I'm trying not to. I'm trying to take my proper break. I'm gonna stretch my fingers this time. 15 seconds on each finger. Or 10 seconds, really. Pulling it back as far as you can. I'm gonna switch fingers. 10 seconds on the next finger. Pointer finger. Oh, see you at Spoken Nuggets, and thanks for stopping by, Robin. Bye-bye. I'm glad you felt like it was educational and fun. I hope you have a fun time. Have a good time wherever you're getting going to. And have a great rest of your weekend. Never forget to also stretch your thumbs when you are doing hand stretches too. Stretching the thumbs. I also have gotten back into exercise a little bit, so I'm very tired physically, but that doesn't mean I can't do some stretches. Stretching your shoulders too. Make sure you're not getting really stiff, and if you are shrimping it, which is what I call hunching over your tablet or drawing pad, maybe get up and do a little back stretch. shoulder stretches. I like to do all the ones where I can do them sitting. I'm very lazy, but I mean, these are the muscles I'm using anyways. And this is why I need to do actual exercise, otherwise my legs will just become potatoes. I'm never good about actually holding these for a long time, but it's okay. Tricep stretch for this one. This is like one of the ones I know how to do like instructionally. Hold your hand up over the head. You want to go behind your head. Grab your elbow and pull it so that your hand is like between your shoulder blades. You should feel the stretch right around here. Holding that for like another 10 seconds and we'll switch sides. Okay. Now grab elbow, bring it over. We'll do neck stretches next time if I don't forget. Okay. And relax. Those are some stretches. And it's time to get back into it. 5 minutes is never too much, but it is enough to get yourself back in a good groove. I like the Pomodoro method just because it does kind of get you to reset yourself, and then you're not working for too long at a single time. It's especially very good for when I'm yapping for so long and streaming and forget to drink water. So, all right, let's go ahead and fix this pier. I have a lot of things going on here. Let's see. Let's get this pier. Where did I put it? Not very organized right now, but it's okay. Let's see. Did I have? I think I just like deleted it from another. I think it's on my values layer. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab this pier's color. Didn't mean to grab all of it. And we're going to, let's see, go pier. I think maybe one of these colors. Oh, yes. Yes, much better, yes. I don't know if the background mountain behind it should be that light. Let's try it darker. Yes, I think that's better. I have a feeling the pier should be a lot lighter than the mountain itself. It's kind of harder to get much lighter without making it like super light though. Pier dark is okay, it's just it stands out so much. It's a good middle. I can try it in the purple and see what it looks like. That's not actually that bad. I guess the question is, do I want the pier to be lighter or darker than the sky? Let's try lighter first. Oh yeah, lighter. Oh yeah. I think this is looking really good. I'm just gonna try real quick doing something where I can see what it'll look like if we up the contrast, which just means making the brights brighter, making the darks darker, using the brightness contrast slider. I'm gonna up the contrast a little bit and lower the brightness a lot. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I kind of like them close together, but I know contrast is always good to have. And so I'm kind of leaning towards getting more contrast in there. I gotta turn the contrast down. Maybe the brightness down more. Ooh, okay, now that's feeling more nighttime. Okay, this is good. I'm liking that. And now we have a darker dark and a lighter light. The pier is much more distinct from the night sky. I think what I can do is grab this night sky color and pop it over this. Like, this is the shadow for these frontmost stuff. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. There we go. Yeah, I think that's looking a lot more, honestly, beautiful than I thought it would. So everything's going good. Okay, let's add the shadows there. Let's add this as like the light. Just fixing up some of these guys. I like using the brighter values here to add light into stuff that like, I like to use existing colors when I can because it just helps things look more cohesive. I think that's gotta be it. This is looking really good. Now it's a matter of, I guess, what sort of style I actually want to go for this. I'm kind of liking the like come visit us poster style, but I think what I want to do is something just more a little bit graphical, maybe sort of like Steven Universe background kind of style. Not sure. I like solid colors for this particular one. I think that would look really good. I don't particularly want to do a lot of painting for this one because I feel like it's going to take away from the boldness of some of these colors that I've established here. But I think maybe if I do some like patterning. So like I was saying earlier with the water over here, let me just go ahead and put all of this into like a folder real quick. Sketch folder. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that real quick. There we go. I'm a little disorganized with these ones, but it's okay. So like, let me just do some naming, cause I always name my layers. You can't see them, but they're over here. Let's see. Where's my layers? There's my layers. Yeah, I always like to organize my layers as I'm going, otherwise I'll get lost. It's something I always like to tell like my digital art students, is like, name your layers while you're doing it, or else you're gonna make your own life harder. There's always ways to get around it, but I think it's always a good idea to keep yourself organized when you can. I'm in the habit of like saying that because I always say it to my students. Light. Let's see, we have the purple hue. What is this? This is the palm tree. We have the other palm tree. This was the mountain. Okay, great. So I think what I want to do, I want to try to come up with, but like think of what sort of like patterning I want to do. I was thinking, this might be crazy, but I was thinking of doing like a lot of parallel lines, like full, like having them like just straight up like that all throughout in like different. This might look really cool actually if I do that. It might be a kind of crazy thing to go for, but it might be possible. I think the only thing I'm trying to think about if that's feasible is like the characters that I've thrown in there. I think I can probably get away with like not doing them in that particular style. I'm trying to think too, if I want the rocks to look like that too, or like if I want to do like these kind of shapely rocks. That might look really cool. I've never tried something like that before, and so it would be like a very a dare almost. I gotta think about it. Like even the stars I can do kind of like soft diamonds, right? Like that. I have to think about each of these elements. Do I want them to just be like straight lines like that? I think if I lean into it for the entirety of it, it looks super duper cool. Can I lean into it for the entirety of it though? I think this is a chance for me to challenge myself with something new. However, that might be very hard to do. It's the thought of trying something interesting and fun and different. I'm trying to think how these would look if I do that, right? If I do like pure straight lines, even with like little tiny guys. That would look kind of really cool though, right? If I did a palm tree kind of this style. I think I gotta do it. I think that would look so cool. It's gonna be hard though, but I'm gonna try it. Let's see. Let me think about it. I think what I can do is set up a horizontal ruler or something. This is one of those things that I can do specifically because I'm working digital. I mean, I could do it on, I can do it traditional, it just would be a lot harder. And then if I set each of my pens, or the pen that I want to use to no pen pressure, then I can get these lines super duper easy. I think I can do it. Alright, this is gonna be a little weird and a little bit crazy, but we can try it. And that's just part of the creative process. If it doesn't work, I'll try again in the next hour or so. But let's go for it. Let's try no line art. Let's try going straight in with color and just kind of having some fun with it. Maybe this is gonna be a brand new style. Something that I might really enjoy doing. I don't know. Maybe I'll hate it. I don't know. But if I hate it, that just means I've learned something about my own art that I like to do or don't like to do. But I think it'll make it look more unique. My favorite thing to do when it comes to doing digital art is finding the ways that I can do art digitally in a way that would be pretty hard or to do on paper or in any other format. It's something that I really like about having different mediums like watercolor or alcohol markers and stuff. I like having all those different things because there's different ways you can approach each of them. I always love seeing clay sculptures that can only be done in clay. And I also like when people challenge that and do something that looks like soft fabric out of hard clay. It's crazy. But I'm gonna try this digitally and try to see if it works out. Okay, let's do it. Let's try it. I'm just gonna turn down the opacity a little bit. Turn off the frame actually, because I want to extend everything past this frame. You can see I kind of have this kind of cute little soft border. That's fine. I think I want to have the sketch the sketch like that. I'm just gonna double check that I'm on the right profile setting. Yes, I am. Okay, great. So this will still be able to print in CMYK. That is what is important. So just double checking that in the middle of the stream, just making sure that what I'm doing is not going to be impossible for the printer. And let's get going with this. I guess first things first, let's get the sky color in there, right? Let's see. I'm just gonna grab the sky color. I guess technically I could just clean up, but I want to do this like just on a new layer. So let's do a rendered folder, and we are going to essentially, let's put that ruler on there, just recreate each part by part. With this, I'm gonna lean so totally into the graphic design sort of aspect of it. Want the sky to look like that, and I want to get the mountain in there. So mountain. You know what? I'm gonna put the sketch on top of everything so I don't have to do that. There we go. We're gonna get the mountain in here. Just grabbing the colors. I'm just grabbing the colors directly from my sketch because I like these colors and I want to use them. And so I'm going to stick with them as I go and render my piece by piece. Let's see. The mountain, I think I can do. Okay, I'm trying to plan this. I'm trying to plan it. I think what I want to do is have an angle, like a 45-degree angle that I want all the like angled lines to go towards. I think that's what I want to try for this. So let's have like, this is horizontal, this ruler, and then we'll have a angle. And this one I can do for the mountain. Now I'm kind of going a lot more difficult than it needs to be, but it's okay. I think it still ends up looking pretty cool. I'm just gonna make sure that this angle, whatever I do here, is going to match up and line up so that the angle points into the G. That's what I'm gonna do purposefully, at least. So we got that angle. We're gonna go ahead and draw our mountain on that angle. I think I like the idea of like, I'm gonna do it like this, and then I'm gonna do like a jaggedy mountain this way. So it's like two mountains. Well, that's gonna get cut off at the edge there. So let's bring it in a little bit. Let's do it here. Let's do it here. Yeah, okay. Right around there, and then we'll have the jagged part of the mountain kind of extending up and past the bleed line right there. Okay. Okay, that's the mountain. I think I want another version of this angle.
I can. Nice. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna use that to finish off the mountain then. Side of the mountain. I want the mountain to have a round top. I'm struggling with that part. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah. Better like that. Okay. Mountain has been introduced. Okay. I think what I want to do for the stars. I wonder if I have a star brush that might be easier to use. I feel like I do, but I don't know. Okay, now as far as I know, I don't think I have like the pattern that I want, so I gotta do it by hand, as always. Okay, so for this one, I want the silver from the fish to also play into the stars. The stars are a little bit darker, but I think that should work. So let's do the stars on them angles too. I want it to match the angle of the mountain. So it doesn't look like too strange, I guess. Maybe squares for the stars, like kind of like little diamonds. Ooh, that'd be cute. I think I might need to make the angle of the mountain slightly different. Yeah, let's try it slightly different. Is this an actual 45-degree angle? I don't think so. I'm making it mathematical. Let's see. Let's delete that and like do an actual 45-degree angle. Okay, let's see. I want to figure out what the stars are doing first, then I'll figure out the mountain. Let's do like a little equal sign, I guess, and then do this. I didn't realize that both my music tracks are going at the same time. Sorry about that. You know what? I feel like I'm making it hard on myself. Just gonna flip it. Make sure it's even by flipping it. Let's first erase that little bit on the side. I like that kind of sharper edge a little bit. And then if I do this star properly, then it should be something that I can just copy and paste a bunch. There we go. We got a diamond. Alright, so let's call that the Star OG, original. And we are going to go take that and scatter these stars about, and we'll make them a little bit smaller so they're not too in the way. I want them about the size of that. Hello, plus. Okay. I don't want to quite put these in like a very uniform way, I guess. And then we're gonna add some stars right here to fill in that space. Ooh, I like the idea of some of them being squares. That's fun. Let's make the squares tinier, okay? Yeah, tiny little guys. Try not to make it too like checkerboard pattern, I guess. I want it to look very like graphical, I guess. So I'm trying to go for that look. I like these squares. Let's flip this one. Let's do that. That's not so... Technically, there's like star brushes and stuff in here, things I can do to easily make stars, but why do that when I can do it manually? This is always how I used to make stars, like in MS Paint and stuff. Let's do those stars like really close to each other. There we go. It's looking a little bit cute. Oh, I spent the whole time doing these stars. It's okay. Let's do a couple of stars right here. And then we'll call it a break time. I think I want like some circle stars in there too. Hold on. Before I get too into break. Just adding some of them right there. A little bit behind the moon. Okay. Let's go ahead and start the third break. I think this is our third 5-minute timer. And then we'll do one more 30-minute session and then a long break. I wonder if I can finish this today. I think I can. For this pun in particular, I don't want to get too much into like small, tiny details. I already did that on one of my other ones. And so I think I want to keep it nice, clean, graphical. It's a very fun aesthetic to lean into, and I want to see if I can do it. Okay. Alright, we're already at the third break. Let's do some neck stretches. I'm going to go ahead and take off my headphones for this because my headphones are quite heavy. But, okay, so for neck stretching, what you're going to do, and make sure whenever you're doing stretching, you're not like hurting yourself. You don't want to pull too much to the point that it feels painful. You want to pull enough to feel it, feel the stretching, but not that it's like ow, 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 ow. That's not stretching at that point, you're just hurting yourself. So just make sure you're not pulling your head too much for these shoulder stretches and neck stretches. So for this one, you want to we're going to stretch this way first. This is my right hand, but you can feel free to use your left if you want to mirror me. Right hand behind your back, at the small of your back, and so that way you kind of have the stretch already happening right here. And then take your other hand, go up, make sure your back is straight, you're not leaning forward, and then you're going to grab on, if you can, into like right around your ear so that you know your hand is straight and you're pulling straight, and you want to slightly tilt your head to the to your shoulder. So right now I'm using my right hand behind my back and my left hand is pulling my head towards my left shoulder, and you should feel this neck stretch in that the trapezius area right there. I'm gonna hold that for like 20-ish seconds. I didn't keep count. And then let's go ahead and let go. Very gentle. Other side time. Make sure you're not like pulling your head forward. You don't want your hand at the back of your head. You want it on the side where your ear is. And you're not pulling forward, you're pulling to the side. You're also not pulling it backwards. So I'm gonna go ahead and start right now. Let's do 20 seconds for this.
And that's 20 seconds there. The easy neck stretch. You can also do head rolls. I've always heard you can, it just depends on, I guess, what you're doing. But when you're doing a head roll, you want to start over here. You just go around the front. You don't want to go backwards because your head's very heavy and it could hurt your neck more in the long run, just kind of make it feel more sore. So it's always good just to do head rolls just along the front like this. Hold right here to get that stretch right there. Then roll to the other side, get that stretch in this side. And if the back of your neck is feeling sore, you can kind of just go like a rainbow back and forth, but you don't want to go like all the way back. Just because it can really hurt your neck if you do it too suddenly or too fast. Just be gentle with your own head, the bowling ball of your head. This thing weighs so much, so you just got to be gentle with it. Use the weight of your head to guide your stretching. And of course, before the break's up, rehydrate. It's hydration time. Actually, the friend who I went grunion running with got me this as a birthday present. It's a little bunny mug with a starry theme because I like buns and I like stars. Very precious. Maybe I'll send it to them afterwards. And I'll just let them all know. It's been a long time since I've talked to them, just because I'm bad at keeping in touch with people. But I'm gonna go ahead and let's start this last 30-minute before a longer break. I'm just gonna go ahead and start this last 30 minutes now. Okay. So I was doing some stars. Let's go ahead and I want to have some tiny ones, some really small tiny stars. And I want to do that just little dot like this. Oop, maybe a little smaller than that. Let's do it like this. Ah, yeah. Little tiny dots. Maybe I can do like a bigger dot. Now let's do tiny dots right now. We got some squares already in here. And I'm just going to turn off my sketch so I can just kind of start positioning them where I'm mostly just going to put them in places that are lacking some stars. That's why I'm being very like methodical about this. I want to emphasize some more stars right here. I'm going to go in kind of an archway as I'm going along. So this way. I could maybe add in a Milky Way here. So I'm going to combine all my tiny stars like that. And we're going to take them and we're going to rotate them because they are little circles, so it doesn't matter what orientation. I'm just going to populate the sky a little bit more. Not all of California has a beautiful night sky, but sometimes they do. Sometimes in areas where the night sky is dark, we can still see the Milky Way from our state, and it is just the most wonderful thing to ever lay eyes on, I think. Let me do a little flippity. Yeah, look at all those tiny stars. I love it. It looks like little sprinkles. So I'm being like kind of methodical. I want it to kind of like create like a, almost like a, not a shooting star, or not necessarily a Milky Way, but
by adding more in one area and less in another. I'm hoping that this will also be kind of a subconscious leading line into everything. I need to not be afraid to put it behind the moon. It's gonna be behind the moon, it's fine. I'm just concentrating the stars like that, kind of mirroring what a Milky Way would look like. I'm gonna try getting it like hugging this side of the G a little bit more. Yeah. Let's get it so it doesn't overlap with anything else. We got some that are close, but that's okay. That's how clusters go. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and combine all these star layers. Let's see. Yeah, that feels nice. That feels magical. I think what I can do is take the stars and we're gonna give it a soft blur. Maybe 15 strength blur. And that's going to give them all a nice gentle glow. You can even add a glow around them. Oh, they're kind of nice just soft like that, but I'm going to do it like that. I'm going to turn that down so it's like really gentle, but not too strong. And then we are going to get, I think I'll save the shooting star for later. I think I want to try that later. Let's go ahead and get the mountain back in there because I did destroy it while I was being finicky. So let's go ahead and get this mountain back in there. We're going to get a perfect 45-degree angle on this guy. Right. Now this mountain is way better. I like the softer top to it, as well as the fun patterning that I did. There we go. I think I want to make it a little itty bitty so that I make sure the peak is within that bleed line because I don't want it to go just off the edge. Not this time, not this time. I'm just going to go ahead and bring them down a little bit so it matches the sketch a little bit better. And a little bit back this way. There we go. It's still sitting behind the pier. Now let me just bring it down a little bit more, so that way it will, if I don't draw something behind it, it's not going to be obvious. Just extending it all the way to the edge there. We want to make sure we're getting that edge because we don't want that edge to be creeping in when we are doing, put it on the wrong layer. So I want the, just fixing up the look of this. Now, I guess I could have done this in vector, but it's okay. I don't think that's not something that they're asking for this one. Okay, there we go. We got a mountain up in there. Cool. So we got the sky, we got the mountain. Let's go ahead and get the beach in there, I think. So we're gonna go ahead and gonna name my layers before I lose track of everything. I'm gonna get the beach in there. So beach first. We're gonna grab this color for the beach. It's kind of, I made it like a soft glow. And I kind of like that, but we'll see what it looks like plain with nothing else. So let's go ahead and get that beach line in there. Let's go ahead and okay. Now I did want to, I was experimenting with the like patterning, so I can try that with the softer blue color that I do have. Okay, let's get the whole beach in there. Oops, the stars are over it. Let's go ahead and put the stars over it, all that. Oh, isn't that lovely by itself? Nice. Loving it. So I think what I can do is tinier brush. I'm gonna go ahead and lighten the shore a little bit. Oh, I guess I should darken it, right? If it's, well, it's okay. Let's do it maybe coming from this side. And then maybe like this. You know what? I'll think about texture later. I like where it's going. I just don't want to do it right now. Let's do the sea. And we're gonna go ahead and grab this color. right. Got the ocean in there. Ooh, it's coming along. Okay, let's go ahead and pop in. I kind of like this shore that I've created, but let's do the sea foam as pure white. I want it pure white. It's not necessarily pure white here. It's a little bit gray, but it's okay. We're gonna make this one pure white. All the way down. So let's go ahead and pop in the G essentially. Let's do right behind the beach and the sea. We're gonna do the moon. The moon. And let's go ahead and find out where that moon should be. Moon. Right around here. Whatever size I make the moon, I gotta make it down here too. So I'm thinking maybe like that, and then we'll bring it down a little bit. Make it a little bit touching the floor. And then we can squish this a little. So we're gonna squish it by like, I guess 20% or so. Maybe like a little more. Okay, so it's the same width. Okay, but I'm gonna do oops, that on a new layer. We're gonna do that as the moon's reflection. Do that there. Trying to make sure it like reads still as the G shape. I think that reads. I think I want it down a little bit more. And then we'll put the sea foam up on top as white. It'll start big. Let's see. Back to pure circles. I like my pure circles. Okay. And we'll start with turn off this layer real quick, and then how we want to do this. Let's see. I definitely want to go patterned, where we're like leaning into the moon's reflection a little bit. Let's just try to get the G itself in there. Okay, we're at this like threshold in the middle where I can like make the sea foam a little bit bigger. think it's failing to kind of evoke G for me, so I need to look back at my original G. What am I missing? What have I done wrong? Too far. That's why. Now it just looks like a music note. Okay, so we're gonna go back to here and bring it back in. There we go. Ooh, I kind of actually like that pattern right there. Let's see how that looks on its own. Okay, I think that's what I gotta do. Okay, so let's make sure it's all properly long enough before we do some erasure. Okay, this one's gotta come out further too then. Well, it doesn't have to because the top doesn't go as far. I need to get that shooting star in because I think that's gonna... Okay, much better in terms of shape though. The shooting star is really gonna sell it, I think. I think I need to go ahead and draw that in. Let's go ahead and get one of these star shapes. Call that shooting star. And we're gonna make that much bigger. I think what I want to do with this guy is that I want it to be pure white, obviously. Pure white. And the star itself should look like this. We're gonna give it a vertical angle too. And then let's move it into a proper place, right about there-ish. We need to delete that smaller star right there because it's getting a little bit in the way. So it's gone. I think some of these need to go too, but we'll figure out the shooting star first. Okay, shooting star path. We're gonna go with the same angle as a mountain. And I liked the idea of just making it like straight. Maybe like this, where I have like two and then a smaller few lines. To kind of evoke this like, I don't want it to be that long. Can I, I didn't upgrade to the newest, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna have this one. Oh, that looks kind of interesting though. Ooh, it's kind of an accident that I'm actually a big fan of that. That was cool. Just to make it look more like a G, we're gonna have it. I don't mind it being slightly different because I think that makes it look more unique as a point of interest. Ooh, yeah. Okay. The G is there. That's nice. I think I gotta bring more stars in. I think what I want to do is I'll duplicate the stars, move them all down so that like everything is starry. But this second set of stars, they're gonna be a different color. Oop, they're over the mountain. Okay. Okay, we're bringing more stars in. I'm gonna bring the mountain on top of them. We're gonna go make these both darker by just turning down the luminosity, I think. It's kind of more gray. I don't know if I want it more gray. I just want it, ooh, more blue, yeah. More blue is kind of really charming. Let's make these ones kind of the same, oops, same blue. And maybe we're gonna turn down their whole deal. So it's just kind of like a hint of them. There we go. Just a hint. I think I can do well with making them a little smaller too, just so that they're not the same size as everything. So even smaller. Yeah, there we go. I kind of like them up there a lot. There we go. Okay, I think my G is visible though, so I need a real quick check out what the moon looks like. I want to not like directly do the same thing as the moon, not like, but just kind of evoke the sense of the man on the moon or the rabbit on the moon. Moon man. Okay, let's grab that color and see if we can get that in before the timer's up. I think maybe to make it a little easier on me, I think I have a jittering color. I don't remember where I put it though. This is it. Yes. Let's see if I can't make this a little more solid. Let's do that. Not exactly what I wanted to go for. Let's see. That is really nice though. Oh, time is up actually, and I do have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna pause right here and I'm gonna switch to a be right back screen, and we are going to be back in 15 minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to go get a new drink of water, if you need to go get a snack, now is the time. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. All right. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. That was slightly longer than 15 minutes, but I want to refill with some snacks. So let's go ahead and get back into it. Coming back. I like the sky. Don't know if I like what I did in the moon just because it's so soft compared to everything. So I think I will redo that one. But let's go ahead and get the music back on. I forgot to say this earlier, but if the music is not playing or not, if you can't hear it or anything like that, oh, I just noticed it says monitor off. It should be on, but I'm not sure. I hope I wasn't just like sitting here in silence this whole time. Hold on, let me figure out this technical difficulty. If that is the case, so sorry about that. It says that it's playing, but let me just try it this way then instead. So sorry if that wasn't playing. I guess I should have asked about audio earlier, but here we have some music going now. Let's go ahead and get back into it now. I did so much for the setup, and I guess I forgot about checking the audio. Hopefully that's alright. Let's go ahead and restart the Pomodoro. We made it to the whole 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And we're going to start again. I'm hoping we can get this done in the next hour or maybe 2. About a third of the way there. So, Pomodoro timer started, and let's get going. So, I gotta fix this. I think I'll make the brush myself. So let's do this. I gotta do some settings and change the settings a little bit. I want these things to be changeable. Unfortunately, you can't see me like going into my settings and how I'm changing it. I'll change that in just a second. That should be good. That's kind of the more like spraying sort of look that I want with this one. Let's lower the amount of particles if I can. Much bigger a bit. Way better. Let's see if I can't make it so that it's not super dotted at the beginning though. Let's make it just like medium size, the large in the middle. I think I want less of them. That way we kind of have that jittery look without too much of the other stuff. Let's do like some very carefully placed. It's so hard to draw the moon. Technically the moon's like pattern goes more like that than this. I guess that'll look better. Let's try it that way. I can always rotate it if I don't like it. Hopefully this kind of looks more like those meteor impacts. I kind of like it, but I think if I'm going to be intentional about every shape, I should probably do exactly that. I should be very intentional about each shape that I put in there. Maybe I can hide something in there, like a bunny or something. Let's try that. Let's go back to good old manual. People always say it's a man in the moon. I think that's a more American thing, but I am a big fan of Bunny on the Moon. Let's go ahead and draw a little bunny. Well, that kind of looks odd. I could also just do 1, 2, 3 like that. That's gonna look enough like a moon. Don't like it though. So I think I'm gonna try, I guess I'll try like my interpretation of Bunny on the Moon from like the patterning. That way, like, if anything, it can still look like Man on the Moon. Let's do slightly bigger, small. I'm just gonna do this super exact. And like 2 tinier ones here. And then we'll do like 1 and then 2. And so this is like the little bunny with the like floppy ear. You can also think of that as a little bunny. And we got just some extra patterning here. I don't want this like butt shape thing. I'm gonna make that more of a circle. There. And let's do the one really big one. Even bigger. Bigger. The moon could be so easy, but so hard to draw. I'm gonna rotate this. this side. I know it's not technically correctly oriented, but that's okay. Doesn't need to be correct. Just needs to be good. I like that a lot. I think what I want to do is that one that's like the most obvious crater, right? We got like this kind of like it's these like points in which there's like a circle and then a smaller, wider circle on the side. I kind of like that. That kind of looks really cute. And so I'm going to do that here. I think I want to do it just a little bit more randomly. Let's do 2 maybe, and then let's take this and just kind of, we're gonna just make that a little bit more round in the center there. I kind of like that. I think I'm going a little too realistic with it. I think I have to just feel it out. Okay, let's try this again. I like the idea of a really, really big crater right here, slightly smaller here, and then it kind of curls up to make the little bunny head here. Do a little tiny crater here, and we'll do another one sitting in this quarter. Now it's looking like a face. Okay, that's fine. We can do another tiny crater right there, and another one here. Kind of like that. Moon made up of many moons. Just in case you didn't get the idea that it was the moon. No. I like the round, the circles. I need them to be like really clear circles. It's very Kandinsky. I think it's getting too complex again. All right, I need to roll it back a little. Just 4 of them. Really tiny and just kind of fill out some of this information here. it to not be so insular. I needed to be kissing the surface of the ocean a little bit. I think that's it. Let's see if I can make him a little bit tinier. Oh wait, that's not a bad idea. Make it smaller, but more angled. Take these ones that are a little bit further, move them, shimmy, shimmy. Quite like that. I think that looks nice. Do I want it touching the surface? Maybe not. Maybe I do it like this. Ooh. The aesthetic is coming together. It's coming alive slowly. I like that quite a lot, actually. I think that line can't be just a line. I think it's just gotta be... Oh wait. We're gonna go ahead and just color that whole bottom section like that. And then I think what I can do is grab a little bit of this. Oh, not that. Nope. That's so dark. Why is it so dark? Oh, is this color theory at work? Whoa, that's crazy. That looks like the color of the sky, but it's actually the color of the mountain. Wait, isn't that crazy? Those are the same colors, just about. That's so dark. On the moon itself, if I just take that out. Whoa. Okay. I don't need to go that dark. It kind of looks like a frog. Isn't that cute? Okay. So then I will need a slightly lighter. That looks really dark too. Okay, let's just go slightly lighter like this. It looks a little bit gray if I do it that way. So let's do... I want to boost the like saturation of this value, whatever I'm doing. Just like make it more blue. Yeah. Okay. It just looks like a little clever frog now. Maybe I could even make this into a print for Cartoon Palooza. That would be kind of cool. Let's see. Maybe I can do a little bit lighter. Just kind of texture the moon in a way that makes it look very like spacey. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. I like it. I like it. Okay, and then I can copy this. I took off the clip and now it looks crazy. The moon's reflection down here. Maybe erase some of the sea foam. Oh, that looks awesome. That looks so good. Nice. Let's make this a little flatter then. Actually, I kind of like it being a perfect reflection. But it does need a match, so. Super duper cool. Okay, and we're gonna bring the sea foam back. Can't tell what parts I made sea foam and what parts I didn't, but I'm just gonna go ahead and pop it right there. To be the same hue as the floor now. So, something is happening here. I am missing a part of the sea foam. Did I accidentally move it in? I feel like I did. It's okay. Let's move it back up. There we go. The G is super clear, at least. Okay, we can move the reflection of the moon like this so that the shape of the G is a little more clear. And then we're gonna change it to be slightly more of that bluish hue. I want it to be a little more saturated, a little lighter. I think I might actually want to just grab this hue in general. Let's just put it as an overlay. Oopsies. Let's make that color the same. And let's color it the same. Okay. And now it's the same color. I can still make it a little lighter. Reflection, but it has more of that greenish tint that I'm wanting for that. It's a little too green. It starts to become a frog. We're gonna up the saturation and edit the contrast. There we go. So, with that in mind, we can delete a little bit of the patterning that is doing something weird here. Oh, it's not the perfect angle though. That's so interesting. Take a look at the sea foam. To try doing this to kind of evoke the waves. It feels Lego-y for some reason. I don't know. But we're gonna go with it. Starting to give off like that Asian aesthetic cloud sort of feeling. Like it a lot. I love doing those shapes. Of course, that's like immediately where I go. I'm like, ooh, shape. let's go with that like shape throughout the shoreline. I think that would look really cool. And if the actual shore is not like mirroring it, that it will look more natural like this, I think. How the time passes. Alright, let me finish fixing this one little part, and then I will take my break too. I'm quite liking how it's turning out so far. Let's go ahead and start the short break timer again. I don't know if I can get it done in the hour. I'm taking so long on just this. But I feel like I've gotten like kind of the aesthetic locked down, so maybe it'll become easier. I'm really liking the water looking like this. Alright, let's go back to doing some hand stretches. Ooh. Just cracked my wrist by accident. That's a little more in the afternoon, a little calmer. Let's do this side. If you're watching along, make sure you drink some water at this time. I'm in the mode where I want to just spring back in. Zoom out a little, see if it's looking good. sure. Be more rounded too. Now I'm thinking, am I locking myself in by doing this horizontal aesthetic? Because I could try it more smooth. I don't know, I like how it looks though, so. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The rest of it, I can probably be a little bit more free with it. Especially with the natural stuff, the palm trees, the people, rocks and stuff. I think maybe I should try blocking in once we get back to it. I'll try blocking in everything else and look up what green looks like. Let me do that in the break right now. Alright. Let's do this. Okay, let's take a break from this part. Get too focused sometimes, and it's not always a good thing. Let's go out and let's do this. Let's do the tree. Let me think about how I want to do the tree. I think I want the tree to be over everything. And I don't know if I think I want the first line to be done naturally. You know, just like, not straight, otherwise it's not gonna look like a palm tree if I just kind of make it look like that. I could do straight lines, but then have it end in curves like this, which is a thought, but not my favorite thought. So I think I want the tops to be curved, and I think to get a much more perfect curvature, I will use the line tools at my disposal. Oops, let's make that a little bit bigger. Let's say 25. Okay, sounds good. Let's do that. Is that big enough? Maybe 40s. Still leads right into the
sketchy, hopefully without being too much of an obstruction. I like the perfect curve, so let's keep going with that. I'm gonna look up a palm tree just to make sure I kind of got the leaves right. I forgot to start the timer. Oops, extra time for me. Alright, there we go. Let's get these palm trees that look more like them tropical ones. Just the leaves. Very typical coconut palm tree. Yeah, ours don't quite look like that. We have like the palm trees, they don't grow coconuts though, they just have like the heart of palm kind of. But it's okay. Let's see. Do I want them all to be the same size? I don't know. Maybe should I just start with one leaf and then, yeah, you know what? Let's start with one leaf. And then we will see from there. Do I want these to have a certain angle then? Vertical might be fun. Let's try that. Vertical angle tree. Not that one. Too thin. The shape right. Let's sketch in the shape actually. The shape that we're going to go for. Let's see. Do I like how that looks so far? Kind of. Only a little bit. Let's go back. Let's do it angled. I think it's gotta be angled. Larger.
do. Do we want it? Maybe. How does that look? It's not awful. Let's try them together with like other ones. Yeah. Let's try like just kind of pop. Just kind of making a smaller one like this. Ooh, that actually kind of looks neat. Especially if we like cut it off. Neat. Cool. Ooh, okay. Kind of a cool vibe. Let's see. Can I try flipping this one? No. I think I gotta squish this one to be shorter. They're too uniform. It has the ruler on it. Let's do this. Let's angle of the leaves changes. So I'm going to try angling it this way, and outwards, leading into the shooting star. Kind of right into the mountain, I think would be good. And then let's angle this one so that the leaves are more vertical. Actually, I like this one with like the slanted leaves. Let's angle this guy forward instead. And what we can do is make the second leaf the vertical one to break up the patterning a little bit. Push it. So, which leaf is this? This is the second leaf. No. I can't have it angled a different way, otherwise it just kind of starts looking weird. Let's angle this one outwards. I wonder if that even reads as a palm tree anymore. I think it does, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, let's see which one is interfering. Is this one? I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. Let's see if that looks better together. And what we can do actually is let's combine all these and copy. I'm gonna turn it slightly, not turn it. Let's transform it to be slightly inwards. I just want to change the angle. Like that. Yeah. Pretty good. Okay, and then what we can do is turn this one into a darker blue and set it behind to make it look like shadows. There we go. Now that looks like palm trees. Maybe I should have done this on the individual level. It looks good on this one, doesn't look good on those. Okay, let's do that individually then, before we combine them all. first. Okay, it's this one, I think. Make that solid. Okay. I think just making this one like that. Kind of a hint. I think maybe let's do a solid color for this one. Why is that look good on the other one, not on this one? Okay, let's try this again. It's all trial and error, baby. Let's go. Maybe make it farther out. That way it reads better. this layer? This one? Yes. I don't know why I didn't think of this first. That's okay. There we go. Now it's finally just at some trial and error. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. much better. Oh, already time up on that one. Let's go ahead and fix this, and it's time for another break. I've gone into the mode where I'm like, I don't wanna take a break right now. But it is always necessary. It is good for your focus. Have another break here while I kind of observe and see if this is working. I like the palm trees from afar. I wonder. I think I'm gonna do while I have it in my brain. Combine these leaves. Okay, there we go. I think the top half is looking really good right now. So, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. It's been a solid 4 hours. Mostly at work time. But that's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think I can probably get this done in 5. We'll see, we'll see. Actually, my back did need a little bit of a stretching.
it's looking pretty good so far. I'm very happy with how it's turning out. I think for the sake of the palm trees, I can make a couple of them a slightly different color, like darker. Maybe some of the leaves a little smaller. I like the one coming out into the moon. I do like that one a lot. I'm thinking of maybe adding like a blue outline around them so that they're not like too much information going on inside them. I kind of don't want the stars behind it, you know? Oh, and I should make this shooting star glowing too. I think I'll go ahead and do one more 30-minute session to see how far I can get in that time, and then probably end stream around that time so I can go get some dinner. So that's the plan. Let's see how far I can get in 30 minutes. Maybe I'll go faster knowing that I got a time limit now. So that's the plan. As we're coming up on the last of it, I am taking not like commission critique. I will take some emails and do a critique on your artwork too if you're interested in it. If that sounds like something that can help you, I can link my email. In fact, let me go ahead and pop it onto here. I'm going to make a new little text source. We're going to go ahead and put down my email in here. Black outline on that, so that way it's not going to be like a red outline, so that way it's not going to fade away into the background. Let's go ahead and pop it in here where we get right back into it. Put it right at the bottom there. Move it up a little bit there. Hopefully that's not too big. There we go. You can go ahead, that is my email. It's basically my full name at gmail.com. mattovsky.com. If you want critique on your own, feel free to send it there. I will get to it after the stream today. Anything to help I can most certainly do. So I'm gonna see about adding a dark blue outline onto these, just like this. That looks very nice. I like that quite a lot. And so let's try it on all of these. Let's add it here. And here. Got to start timer again too. So let's just go ahead and do that. Right. There we go. Can see what's wrong here. I'm not sure why it's doing that crumbly effect. Should probably figure out why it is doing that. Are my lines a little crumbly? I can probably do some sort of border smoothing effect to help out this, although it probably won't matter too much, so let's not worry about that until later. Some smoothing effects. There we go. Perfect. Okay.
this color on them. I'm gonna see if we can block in all the rocks. These 4, 5, 6 rocks. Here. Going to get this rock here. Self-imposed 20 minutes. appear in there too. Pierce your PC. Should go behind the ocean beach. 1, 2. Oh, you know what I should do is that I should turn on the grid. There we go. The spear doesn't even go into the water. It's low tide, it's low tide. It can just be a bridge. Don't think too hard about that one. Maybe the water stretches on over there. I can make it happen. Let's get a little house of some sort on the pier. A gazebo, maybe. That'd be cute. Some sort of structure. problem. I think I need to extend the beach so that the pier isn't just like floating in on the sand. Should I put it in here, maybe? Is that too mysterious? Does it cut off the G? I think it does. However, I think I can get away with like just a hint of a silhouette right in there without it ruining the overall appearance. I think I can do it like this and then make it a little bit smaller. Very far in the distance. So we can just get it off in the distance. We're gonna bring it a little bit forward. Yeah, it's not gonna interrupt too much of this. And let's just do the back half of the pier like this. Easy. Easy. Now my lamps do change direction, but we can make that like a something. Oh, whoa, what are those? Random floating lines. Well, is that the mountain? So. Oh, it's on like one of these layers, I think. most of it done. I think we can now just sketch in some peeps. Get the onions in. They're just small silver fish. Nice and simple in the shape, so keeping it very organic is gonna be good. Alright. Well, that's just a little hint of the gradients. I think I'm going to have to call it a day here. It is quite late already. I've worked for about 4 hours on this. 5 hours now. And I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out so far. I hope you like how this is turning out too. If you like how this is looking and you want to see the final version of this image, then you're gonna have to buy the anthology when it comes out. Alright? Other than that, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Again, if you have any questions about the TVWI Art Anthology, you're welcome to email me. There's my email right over there. If you're already ready to submit something, you got something done in this time frame, let's go. The submission guidelines are all on the website. You basically just have to explain kind of what your idea is. Just use 1 or 2 sentences. It's not that much. And you can just send that in to submissions at I think TemeculaValleyWI.com. The submissions are due August 24th, so 2 weeks from now. And this is an open call for anybody, whether or not you do a lot of art, whether you're professional level or amateur, whether you have a
kid or a student in your life who might be interested in getting a published credit, which is incredible for their resume, you can go ahead and try to enter. We still have lots of room. We have lots of spaces. If you need a guidance on what the available letters are, you can check the TVWI Creatives up on the socials up there. Or check the very beginning of the stream where I talk about the prompt a little bit. And lots of resources for you. This is a really, really cool opportunity, so I hope this inspired you to get some stuff done. I'm really excited to get my own done too, and I can't wait to see all of yours as well. Thanks for coming to TVWI's first stream, and I hope to do more of these in the future for more promotional anthology stuff, whatever it may be. Hope to see you around even more, and thanks to everyone who dropped by. We will see you later. Bye!